chat. Let's go. Just check if OBS is running this. It is. Let's go, chat. Dun, 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 dun. This is it. Should my audiograph's working? It is. Let's go, chat. Oh, never mind. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna go back AFK because this is a little while. You guys can watch. Oops. Yeah, I think they might have had technical difficulties. Can I check the stream as well? I do? Is it just from Miss Dressfire or not? Oh, is it the Nox civilization thing? I'll have to check. Not looking good for Booga. Not a great game for them at the moment. Oh wow, yeah, Clicks is getting blasted. Wow. He jumped in. Clicks knocked.
Thomas,
What?
do you know where Corey's sweater is?
Wow, this is really fighting. Wow, Yasir and Krizik's not a team I thought would go and take that. Like, that's really good.
Just took full
Wow. Yasir and Krizik's GG, brother. Like, y'all
Piwa
just
and Pollo later on in the
did
third
that
and fourth
consistent.
zone, and the fact that
That's
they
really
chased
good
them as
for
long
them.
as they did,
Wow.
they were just so intent on making sure they kept this momentum running.
That was probably by far the best game this duo has had
Game for
all
them.
year long, and with standout, and I mean it, standout eliminations through and
Yeah,
through.
Yasir and Krizik's won. I didn't realize it was
taking
okay.
down the likes of Bolts,
Yeah,
Lars.
so there.
How many
Yasir and Krizik's win.
FNCS champions that this team wrap up and scrape up under the belt? Well, the count continues as Krizix and Yasir do it for game number 1. So with that, let's go on and jump on to
Yeah,
the
so
next.
they're in. Good for them.
Thank you guys so much. Congratulations
Yeah,
to
Yasir and
this
Krizix.
duo. Guess what? They got themselves the first victory out of this season. And the first victory out they get of the season is the one that locks them into grand finals. That has to feel just absolutely incredible to know all of the hard work they've been pouring into this competition. To just say, look, after game number 1, we're going to grands, baby. We'll be seeing y'all there.
Listen, I had a big question at the start of the day, and that was any of the teams on this region
He told me in math.
We didn't kill him, but we got him low.
Chat, we're gonna play Rocket Bot Royale. It's again for this whole thing. Let's roll skins, bruh.
Where are you streaming?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's fine.
I am scrolling for some skins. I got an umbrella. New glider, umbrella.
Oh, wait, no, I remember I just changed my trail, because something one, that's
Umbrella.
so like, the threat actually changed,
Hello.
to make it look like
Hello.
he's connected.
Let's go.
Honestly, I might even quit. Let me just go in and quit. Oh, I checked. Yeah, okay, ready up.
Road trip? We're down. Unexpected stop. We'll be there. Work trip. Count us in.
I'm blocking freaking ads. I don't know. It made me leave.
Yeah, so I bought the season pass.
Invite me again.
But you get double XP when you get the season pass. I didn't know that.
Invite me again, please. Thanks.
I'm using flag sweeper.
It's not blocking the freaking ads. I don't want to have to.
The road to opportunity is often the road overlooked.
I'm running one homing, one. I'm running one homing, one flak, and I am at the moment also installing AdBlock Plus.
Oh, wait, you don't have Avalon Plus?
Oh, I don't have it. I'm dumb.
Yeah, we're pushing.
Let's go. I'm just still loading.
You need to drop it 6 spot.
Chat, I'm still loading.
In the pipe, 5-5.
Okay, drop here.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'm actually done.
Yo, this is my color, bruh. Hits. Oh, I'm low. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah. And I'm not great into that. I'm watching still. Oh, crap.
11 trophies, 1 tank.
I didn't get any. Let's go.
You got I'm literally going because I got 11 trophies.
Is that all you have for the season? Is all you have 11?
I just got 11 trophies from that one game and I got gold. Oh, we literally got each other.
Okay, I'm in. Yellow team.
The spiders looks good in Rico. I'm not kidding. Drop.
Okay. Oh, we spawned in different. Oh wait, no. I'm right here. For a second, I thought we spawned in different buses. Oh, hit shots. Okay, up. And over. Bro, just gotta refresh. Oh, he bubbled. Oh, okay, I'm following. I'm heading back. Oh, I thought he was dead there. Okay, I'm pushing up with you. Dog, you are low, dude. You are not in it. Good kill. I'm pushing up. That's fine. Dog, the strategy that you need to put in for this game is insane. Okay, bubble down below, bubble down. Yeah, I'm scared. Yo, yeah, it's just him. Hit as he hit. Oh, he grenade. He got away. No, I didn't mean to use my flak there. None. No, that's gonna hit, but it's not gonna kill. It's not gonna kill. It's not gonna kill. Okay, no missiles. Okay, hopping up. No, I meant to freaking bounce, game. I meant 4. See where I am. I'm gold with 4 trophies. Dog, I'm gold with 4 trophies. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm a disgrace. Let me lock in for a sec. Oh, I like this map a lot. I like this map. Okay, I'm not scared about our drop being contested. Shots. Nice kill, dude. Okay, I'm pushing up. No, his teammates up here. His teammates above us. Which is never fun. It's never a fun situation. Oh, that's flak. Yeah, I'm lower you. Is he camping? Okay, I'm pushing. He is not one shot, dog. Got him. Flacked. That's yellow team eliminated. Let's go. We eliminated full squad life. I can't. I think we both have the same health. I do. Yeah, I do. I definitely do. I have no clue. I'm focused on my game. This is actually what strats. Okay, kids below on me. Kids. Okay, health perk. Yep. Pretty high. Yeah, I picked up health. Wait, you got kids on you? Because I'm nowhere close to you, so you're gonna have to solo that out. The books? Piano books. Yeah, I can't after this match. I'll send 2 more squads. Found one more. I got more freaking health perk, and this guy... Dog, I got freaking health perk from that. Yeah. That's the kill they killed me. That's the kid who killed me. He had mom. 9. Oh my gosh, he doesn't even have a triple kill? No triple kills? No Chick-fil-A sauce? Oh, purple team. Purple is a vibe color. 6 squads, 12 players. Do we drop? Good play for it. Hit him. That should be a dunk. I think. Oh, you're so freaking lucky, you piece of crud. Oh, he rapided. I hit him though. He's up. Oh, frick. Whoopsie. No, I'm so freaking stupid. I'm sorry. I'm so freaking stupid. I'm sorry. That's so dumb. What was that? Okay.
7 trophies, nonetheless.
I got 2 trophies from that absolute.
Wait, what is that? Dude, there's a moderator. Dark is a moderator? I didn't know that. Dark just became a moderator. Well, look at you, Tom. Dude, I have like half the trophies that are... How many trophies do you have? Are you Topaz yet?
I'm at 15. I'm at 15. It's all because of that 11 first game that you're ahead of me. If you're not getting my name, sorry. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
At the end, if we have any viewers, we should do pistol match.
Yeah, sure.
Trap zone's approaching.
Oh, I'm already out. I had been out. I had pushed to height. I had pushed height. Okay, you're right up here. Okay. Oh, you're down. You're down. Hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him, hit him. Yeah, I'm getting pressurized. Right, up and to the right, up and to the right, up and to the right. I'm going below. I'm going below. Chill, you dead. No, Oop. Oh, just a miss. Oh my gosh. Hit, dead. No. To my right, crate. To my right is a crate. Yes, I do. Nades are not used. Oh, I hit him. Bounce off. That's a needed couple of flaks. Let's go. That's a solid refresh from those two. Oh, he's getting shot. Yo, it's his kids. Oh, what the... Fine. No, bruh. I've had low health points before. Buddy. I'm chill. I shot both. Apparently I had no flag. Even though I had 2 flags left. 13. I'm in Topaz. Let's go. I'm 490. I'm 10 places. Yeah, rank duos is really fun. Okay, I'm ready it up. Let's go. Oh, chat. Oh, bro. Yeah, no. Oh, yeah. Yes. Yo, is this the new map? Whoa! Oh, I'm dead! Chat. What's this signal? Gives away age. I'm back in gold. I lost a trophy. Oh, you know that the shotgun dinosaur is actually a champion skin? So you can get it black form.
Yeah, we don't have any ears, but who cares? Wait, she's the title of the stream. Keep ready up, by the way.
Implement. High block plus is being an absolute clutch. After this match, I'm probably gonna go back and watch the defense of this. I just forgot that you're even in the game. Well, that kid's level 55. Why does that scare me? Oh, yeah, that's... Ooh! What? After this, make that my man. Okay. No squads have died. Okay. Oh wait, it still exploded. It still exploded. Can't tell if it hit him or not. Wait. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. No, I can't get off this. Okay, I'm off. I'm off. Chat. There's still 3 squads left. I'm saving for something else. No, you. Four. Four, I'm back in. Yeah, you did. You did. You went down so early.
Okay, let's just say you're not good. Well, just try this. Try this.
In the fight, 5, 5, 5.
Oh, I'm stuck at the moment. I'll meet you on the outside. I'll meet you on the outside if you make it out.
I'm working on right now.
Kill. Oh, there you are. I see. Man. Yeah, no, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. I tried to flak a kid and I accidentally wasted it. It was bad. I don't know. I'm out of the match, dog. I mean, I'm not mad at being stuck in Topaz, dude. Okay, I'm dropping first thing. Okay, you get him. You take him. Yeah, his teammate's down. Should I snipe at him or something? No. His teammate knows. And I have no power. Actually, no, I do. His teammate knows. Just going after him. Hit with a homing. Lowered his teammate. It's gonna help. Health perk down there, health perk. I'm helping break through. I'm scaling up top for rapids. Yep, there. And a nuke. And I think it's a nuke. No, it was just a regular crate. I got drill for my final crate. I had 3 rapids and a nuke, so. $49 from this kid. And 40 from this kid. Whoa, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. He just poisoned himself. No. Now I am. He's super low, dude. He's super large. Oh, you have no power-ups, I mean. You knew the strat you were playing. I only got 4 trophies from that. But it's fine.
Yeah, I got you. You gotta kill him.
What? Oh, my bad. I forgot. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go back to my. Sorry, chat. Should go back to the normal stream. Possibilities and also.
Mentioned it. When Peterbot and Pollo are not in the lobby, on average, it was swapping around 5 times, and we saw a plethora of high ground switch-ups happen throughout the duration of this game, but ultimately, it was Bugha and Agers that were able to last-minute maintain it and just suppress everybody else.
Yeah, and Bugha is definitely not really equipped to take high ground with the loadout that he's playing. That DMR is not great for close quarter engagements, but hey, it works out here in game number 2. It's all about timing and execution as Agers and Bugha win that one and go straight to the finals.
Yeah, Agers and Bugha would get 2 gold
for
fight on
Bugha
Bugha.
and Agers. I mean,
Game
they're,
2 wait.
if anything, one of the guarantees we could have expected to get to finals. So with that, Zeke, catch us up on your thoughts on that.
You know, MDF, we can never count out the World Cup champion that is Bugha. And when you pair him up with someone like Agers, you know greatness awaits. Now, of course, in that situation, like the casters called out, you know, Bugha's loadout was a little unique, to say the least, Vivid.
Listen, Zeke, I'm happy that you kind of brought that up, because I'm going to be honest with you. After these 5 games wrap up, I'm going to be hitting the VODs, and I'm going to be looking at Bugha, because, Kelly, we noticed something in the inventory that seems to be a common theme for Bugha for some reason. It's going to be the Wings of Icarus. What is Bugha cooking?
Yeah, we saw that in game 1, and honestly, the way that he uses it isn't how a lot of the rest of the lobby or even the rest of the players are using these Wings of Agility. They're instead using it just to kind of traverse this heavy tree area and then kind of fly under the radar just a little bit. But of course, we have to look at how they were able to steal away high ground from Cooper and Kanata there. And you know, we heard our caster saying it, that we don't know if this DMR is good for these end games, but according to Bugha, it's working out quite well. And honestly, I was not expecting to see the Wings of Icarus in his loadout all the way at zone 10.
Yeah, and I love the fact that Taco kind of pointed it out as well. A stat that we've kind of called out earlier on: when Peterbot and Pollo are not in the lobby, they're on average 5 high ground changes per game. When they are in the lobby, there's only 3. So them being eliminated in these first 2 games right now has allowed a lot of teams to go up and actually fight for the higher ground. And honestly, I have no idea how Bugha and Agers even ended up there, Kelly, because it was like, oh, Kanata and Cooper were fighting for it. They seemed like they had it, and then I blinked, They're up there.
Well, you know who had it before Kanata and Cooper was the duo that loves to grab early game or that early height. And that, of course, is Clix and Epic Whale. And it looked like they were going to do a pretty good job with it. But when they grab it by zone 8, so much can happen. And so many materials can be lost in an instant. And it looks like that kind of happened to them. I do actually really appreciate when they started to lose height, they dropped down immediately. And they were able to kind of utilize a little bit of that survival in the mid to low ground there. But Clix and Epic Whale coming out strong again. We do want to see these victory royales from these teams because that's how you punch your ticket into the grand finals, but also just performing well, making sure that you're still in the top 25 if you can't grab that VR is so vital.
And as you can see right there, we saw a sneak peek of what their position was looking at just in that 8th zone, right before those moving zones actually start, right before quote-unquote end game begins. And I saw that Clix only had 55 builds, which is of course not going to be enough to go ahead and sustain up on the higher ground if anybody decides to look up and kind of pressure you for that. As we saw right there, they had 0 builds, got in the box and got that little bit of a refresh to continue their end game. But again, Zeke, just not enough to hold the higher ground, taking it that early.
That's right. Look, it's okay, right? We still have 3 games, and as long as they're in that top 25, we keep going, right? We got to stay up in the upper bracket. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Let's take a look at our standings. I kind of want to see how things are going. As I just mentioned, we either want a victory royale to qualify straight to the grand finals, or we want to stay in the top 25. Currently, Kanata and Cooper still holding down that spot. They kind of came into that game as that #1 seed, so to speak, right? Obviously, they're in 3rd, but the other duos have got themselves the victory royale. You know, Kelly, I love to see Kanata in this situation and paired up with Cooper. I just feel like they just have so much momentum right now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw them have a great game 1. Kanata with 5 eliminations just by himself, and it was a solo player. And then going into game number 2 right here, Kanata and Cooper holding high for a little bit, but then dropping to the extreme low when it mattered most. Kanata did go down, but Cooper was able to last just a little bit longer. And by making these placements, even just a few placements can get you so many points.
And the high ground, they're going to be helped out in terms of gaining that position by, of course, the aspect of agility. As you can see right there, the Grim Gate shotgun in hand as well. But yeah, like you mentioned, Kelly, their ability to go ahead and switch layers, play different styles in the end game. You mentioned it after game number 1. You feel like they're a little bit underrated this season. And game number 2, game number 1, both of them being pretty good performances out of the duo. I think I might have to agree with you.
Okay, friends, I love it. I want to see the second page. All right, we got some names up here. Yamson Rise, Clix and Epic Whale there in 7th. Batman Booga, another Booga. As we flip on over, I had to. I'm so sorry. As we flip on over to this next page, though, look who's lurking in the winds here. Muzz and Paper. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, Muzz and Paper, we know that they were going to be landing over in that fencing fields, and we know that that's QuadCon, except the team that won game number 1 was coming from there, so a little less contestation for that duo, and that might be the reason why we see them jumping up 23 placements. But another duo I see moving up, oh, of course, it's the EU duo of Paco and Mixon. What are they doing over here?
Listen, all eyes will be peeled, whether you're an NA fan or an EU fan. You will want them to do a certain performance. Probably depends on where you are from, how you're going to swing in terms of what you think of how that duo is going to perform this FNCS. But I love the fact that Kelly brought up being contested in the early game, because now with the second game on, Booga and Agers,
We're gonna see the second one as well.
No longer in the competition. Mount Olympus has opened up. Zeke, who's going to go ahead and land over there? And honestly, that DMR, it's unspoken. It's going to be very, very good for Storm Surge.
The question is, though, Viv, right? Will someone look to make up that change, right? You could just say, look, maybe we've practiced this. Maybe we haven't. Maybe this is that opportunity. Kelly, do you think it's worth it? I mean, at this stage, right, we only have 3 more. She says, yes, yes, that's it. All right, that's it. Vivid, take it away.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's a strong POI. Only Booga and Agers are going there. If you go over there and get it uncontested, why not?
Not just the DMR, but the aspect of speed. It's a good POI. Yeah. There is some important big teams around them like Ryze and Yamzo, but I don't see a reason for duos now to try and land in Mount Olympus.
Okay, all right. I like like it. I like it. We're getting closer now. We have 3 games left to go. I definitely feel like it's the pressure's starting to mount, right? A lot of these duos are starting to think, okay, maybe we need to just pull all these we can't stop pulling punches. We need to try and get this victory out to get ourselves through the grands.
Yeah, there are only 3 opportunities, 3 games left on the day. But honestly, listen, this feels like a marathon, not a sprint. There are so many different ways to qualify this weekend through the semifinals that you know, the first 2 games haven't gone well. I wouldn't necessarily begin to get nervous just yet. But you know, if you're one of the teams aiming for a victory, get it done now.
Transition. There we go.
What do you think, Kelly? Just kidding,
I
Kelly. I'm so
ready for the
sorry.
games.
Yeah, I wanted to hear what you had to say, but the battle bus is ready. We are too. This is game number 3.
Let's go. Game numero 3. POV.
Third time is the charm.
You don't have to watch my
but for
POV. You
which
guys
duo
happy?
Exactly. That's the ultimate question that remains, but keep in mind, this is only 3 out of 5 of our
Yeah,
upper
we
bracket
got the
day
video
1
in the
matches that we
corner.
have taken place here in this
I
weekend
can
of semis
actually
action.
just
And Muzz
go and watch.
already found himself with a turnaround though onto Raze. Raze nearly thought he had him, but excellent
Let's get some
positioning there for
corner.
Muzz, kind of juking around.
Yeah.
Some of that natural
Do this
coverage
fast, do this
provided
fast.
here at Fencing Fields. Ranger pistol
Sorry,
going
Muzz just
absolutely
won
ballistic there
a
as
fight, I
well.
think. Yeah, Muzz won a fight.
Definitely a pivotal moment here. And Muzz, he's looking to keep things going as well. Just trying to collect what little
Yeah, that's
bits
solid
he
size.
can,
Okay, let's go.
because he definitely would like
Okay,
some
Muzz.
shields. Most players do,
Muzz,
though.
okay, let's see.
Yeah, we've
Muzz
seen
and
this
Paper
from
is
Muzz
gonna
and
be
Paper
fun
before, right?
to
Land
watch.
quick, find an
They
elimination.
can call the
But they're the type
grounds.
of duo that will stick around. They don't tend
Muzz and Paper to
rotate
call the
out
grounds.
of
That'll be a
Fencing
fun
Field
watch
early. They
party.
did
Make
in
sure
game
you're
1, they
there
definitely
for
did
grants.
not in game number 2 either. So for Muzz to secure the Circ truck by himself,
Yeah,
and
after
now
this,
with
we're gonna
Paper, it does seem like things
And the stream.
are gonna have to
And
play
the
out a little bit
stream.
differently.
Probably gonna switch over
Consistency is
to.
still at the top of mind for this duo right now. So just like that, all of a sudden we have a different scenario playing out.
It's tough, but it's not impossible, and anybody could get the job done. Muzz certainly a player that can live up to that standard. Paper, though, probably relatively unhappy with the fact it just seems as though he was just trying to collect a little bit more loot, maybe get some better early game weaponry, try and close out engagements faster, but again, just so many teams kind of lurking around Fencing Fields. Now it's gonna be Acorn and Cold one more time. Bones Jones just headed straight to the graveyard at this point. Acorn might find the same fate though, as Cold already lost in the process. Acorn's gonna be forced to just fall back here. Could look though for the exchange. Trying to pull off the revive now onto Cold, and it doesn't seem as though anybody's going to be able to pressure him just yet, so should be a success, but look at Muzz toppling overhead now. This could be disastrous for Acorn and Cold.
What a big upgrade from Muzz there. He gets the card from Paper, then of course the materials, the ammunition, and boogies on out of there. That could have been terribly bad for Acorn and Cold if they would have lost a second chance at finding points here in this game. It just shows you the dangers of being highly contested like this at a drop spot, right? No one is safe. Even
Yeah, they're pretty
if
freaking
you're at the
contested.
skill caliber likes
Thanks.
of Acorn and Cold. So
Telling us that.
what
They're
a story,
very contested.
what a struggle for the Fencing Fields. Here at the Lavish Lair, a much different story as Clix and Epic Whale again have all but clear skies, because they're gonna have to rotate out to find a battle. Here's a team that's not waiting at all.
Getting that?
Sid and Millie are in a head-to-head.
And this has been a repeat battle. 7 Mil and Dolzier. They want to take out Sid first and foremost. Duo having just split enough, but 7 Mil finds himself on the receiving end of Suss's shotgun. Fortunately, though, Dolzier will be able to close out that elimination onto Sid. And that's going to force Suss to look for a fallback routine, but Dolzier got a little bit ambitious there. And now Suss trying to see if he can actually turn this in his favor. And if Dolzier isn't careful, he might have these small shield potions to work with, but Suss's aim has definitely been pretty on point. but without shield to work through, winning this sort of 1 versus 2 engagement is just not really in the cards.
Yeah, that was that would have been a hard ask for anyone to go ahead and win that fight. There were 25 HP. But in the end, a valiant effort nonetheless. Peterbot and Boyo here. We have to see some life from them in the early game, and it seems like Baka and Pars are trying to squeeze what's left out of Peterbot and Boyo. This is by no means the type of duo that you want to be facing this early in the game. We've already seen Peterbot and Boyo obviously not quite performing up to their own expectations. However, are they warmed up now, or was the break a little too long between the games, as we haven't really seen them make it to an end game?
Well, if they want to make it to that end game, they are going to have to figure something out in terms of dealing with Baka and Pars. What was interesting, though, is across the way over at Restored Reels, it almost seemed as though a player was kind of poised on that beachfront. Could potentially have a line of sight into this engagement that's taken place between these two teams. And if so, it could be very problematic for both Baka Pars and Peterbot Poyo. Pars, though, definitely trying to make sure he doesn't stray too far from his teammate Baka. And what I like about this MDF is that we have been seeing Peterbot and Poyo play extraordinarily split. I mean, it's basically their bread and butter, and that might just be Peterbot's demise, because now Pars, Baka, just trying to bear down on his box, but Peterbot, he's not going to go down without a fight.
I was gonna say, we're looking at two completely different types of duo engagements. Boyo and Peterbot doing what no one would recommend. Split up, play different angles against top tiers, sure. See how long that lasts you. But then you have Baka and Pars that wouldn't even for a moment decide to isolate away from their duo, playing hip to hip in exceptional fashion. What we would consider a more standard and more, tactical approach. But that is the difference in the capabilities of Boyo and Peterbot as individual players. And Baka and Pars have been playing together with one another for a long time, right? Since before the regions merged. So this is an incredible duo. And with the Underworld dashes in place, I mean, anything can happen. At any moment, a team can decide to zip right past your edit and into your box. So the risk has never been higher here.
Not to mention the fact that, again, that team
Zeus
over at Restored Reels, it might be Bacon and TK looking to introduce themselves to this engagement. Again, when you are fighting these stretched out battles, you're never truly alone, especially not inside of a set lobby. Poyo, Peterbot, they're going to be the first to bail, recognizing the fact that they can't hold on to their position while dealing with simultaneous pressure from a team that they can't even get near. But Poyo, he's just so split again from Peterbot. He was trying to kind of hold the line there, give Peterbot an opportunity to regen his shield, and he did manage to succeed in that front.
Look at the aggression, it's
they want it so bad.
It's like saying, hey, yeah, no, we're gonna back off, but we're not gonna really back off. If you make one mistake, we're pushing you right away. And they're already back on the heels of this team here, instead of getting closer and closer to the edge where danger could also be lurking. So that was just high tier antics, if you will, from both sides. But Re and Ritual back in the mix here. This is a team that hasn't had a problem with Surge at all. And you can see why. They're actually finishing their eliminations in fair time and fashion. This should be an upgrade opportunity here for Ritual, whose loadout wasn't even the best before this engagement happened here. There it is, plenty to pick from.
Definitely a little bit unfortunate there for Cirque and Rafiki. Just migrating a little bit south towards Reckless Railways from their drop at Rescue Station. And with that in mind, though, Ritual and Reet, they might definitely look to try and set up for a possible weapon bunker fight. If they want to go for those excess materials, they can. Keep in mind, though, that with those two eliminations, their Surge is bound to be looking rather healthy now in comparison to some of our other lobby competitors. But kind of touching back on what we just witnessed from Peterbot, Poyo, Baka, and Pars, both of those duos just expended so many of their materials. I think part of the reason why they split off in the first place too is because not only that Thunderbolt of Zeus pressure, but also just recognizing the fact that, like, hey, we don't have the mats to keep fighting each other even if we wanted to.
Yeah, I think if the Thunderbolts weren't coming in, they would have rode that game out to the lobby. Like, I think they were there and committed at that point for sure. Rise and Yamzo on the move right now. We've seen very, very clever play out of this duo. This is another team that is no strangers to being split up as they rotate for tags. Bolts and Bryce, much different conversation happening here. It's Shadow who's in a bit of a hold up. Ooh, a bit of a bad edit there. It's gonna leave him exposed for a moment. That's what happens. Your team exposes you, shots coming from the side, and this is why communication is key.
And the concern for Bolts here isn't even mats necessarily, it's more so shields. He can't really afford to continue eating shots from Zooks like he just was. Down to his final flopper. This is really all just going to hinge on how quickly Shadow and Zooks or Bryce and Bolts try and turn this in their favor. Zooks now too exposed. Another wall edit that's just not going to be closed off in time, and Bolts trying to take advantage of this to an extent, but again, no shields. Bryce just gonna opt to play the medkit for right now, while Bolts continues to try and bear down onto Shadow and Zooks. After a certain point too, you know that neither of these teams wants to forfeit the rights to this weapon bunker either.
Yeah, I think we're just seeing a very fair and balanced engagement between two duos that are just, you know, well matched, right? Like, both sides are making similar, if not the same mistakes with the late edits, the accidental exposing of one another. So it makes sense that this fight isn't steamrolled or quickly closing out, right? So there it is. Both teams are going to pretty much meet their match and decide, hey, let's play it for the zone. That's obviously what's more important. Edgy and Tavern, questionable. Oh. Yeah, I was going to say, what's happening here? They are going to have to just play for trade pickups right now. This is about as bad as it can get, actually. If Tavern didn't press that button in time, just barely. Yeah.
This is
sketchy.
This is a situation, that is for sure. If Edgy and Tavern manage to finagle their way out of this one, that would just be insane. This is such a far rotate that they have to make. And they're scavenging for any form, bandages, medkits. Edgy already recognizing the fact
you gotta save me.
It's just not gonna happen.
Oh my gosh, he had to eat a heal just in time. Okay, so he's down to bandages. He does have bandages. You saw him use that bandage right before that happened, because yeah, otherwise it wouldn't have been all right.
But if you're playing for the wins, Monster, this to me reads more like Tavern and do well enough that they can at least secure places.
I'm gonna leave you guys for a bit. Yeah, until we get back. You guys can just watch.
It is going to be insane if they manage to bring this one back to life, because their game is just looking awfully raps when you break it down in comparison to where some of our other lobby competitors are at. But at the same time, I can respect, you know, the mental fortitude to still keep trying to prevail in such a dire-looking situation.
Yeah, I mean, I love the setup when you said, you know, if they're playing for the win, my immediate thought was no. Like, no, that's not it. It's not looking good at all. Edgy is going to make it off the zone, though, so all hope is not lost just yet. The zone is close on their heels, though, so they can't stop. And, you know, third party of this team, even if they wanted to, they're using the river to get to safety, as D-Roller and Crackley do have a little bit of the leisure to stick around and potentially fight this fight against Muzz. But it's got to be careful. There it is. The punishment comes in. The edit, though. How was that D-Roller's wall and Muzz was standing in that box? That was questionable all in all. And Muzz turns that entire situation around. Hades chain in hand as well. So all types of action unfolding here. Wow.
Muzz has just been popping off today.
Yes.
That is what I'm registering. currently, okay? Because in the first place, the fact that Paper is even with them currently, Muzz able to reboot Paper in this map, then close out that box fight engagement, get some nice little siphon materials out of it as well, a little bit of ammunition, and that might have just been the break they needed to force their way into the zone. But they're not the only ones. Edgy Tavern still straggling through this one. And Peterbot,
Gosh.
it looked like that may have been a Huntress DMR with the 4 times potentially, given the damage that he received. Still gotta be wary though, knowing that there are players with that much high ground leverage over him.
Yeah, you saw that glint on the other side of the scope, so you know that was trouble all around. Tavern and Edgy, still no break. They just need a little bit of health. Scratch that. They need a lot of health and a lot of mats. They need a lot of everything right now. Smells and Papers underneath here. These floors are weak. They do have a lot of this territory covered. But yeah, no, everyone's more focused on making the rotate here. Bomb that might jump in that box, and I likely recycle the rotate here shortly. We'll see what the decision ends up being. Peterbot and Pollo hasn't moved either, so they're looking to see if they can pick up their eliminations.
That might just be a prime situation though for Peterbot and Pollo, because they were by far the most healthy and best itemized team out of the 3 present at that train station. Here far north though, over by Classy Courts, just to the east of it, Reet and Ritual found themselves tied up currently with Paco and Mixon. Reet just trying to attack the floor underneath Paco and Mixon, but he will fall back to his duo, doesn't want to stay too far split apart. Could potentially be looking for the chop though, but no, instead it's going to be Reet and Ritual. They just want to maintain staying ahead of this rotation. They know that eventually Paco and Mixon are going to have to come their way instead.
Yeah, definitely can appreciate a good disengage. This looks like one of those ones where, hey, you just wait for the zone with the Storm, start to assist you here. That's that unofficial 3rd person in this engagement right here, and there you can see the damage starting to add up, regardless of whether or not Reet is able to find the tags there. So Bucket Mixer are going to start to rotate in and should start to carry on. Meanwhile, Cold finds elimination onto Clicks there in the feed as well. So there is a lot going on here in the Fortnite world as we're kind of zoomed in on this battle. Let's look at that Acorn and Cold engagement right here. 3 eliminations for Cold now. This is the complete opposite side of the world. We couldn't have jumped any further. As you can see, the Backtalk and Feline have continued to be the pest in the thorn in the side here of Acorn and Cold, but they shut this team down, and there's another one there already looking to fend off the shots. It is, of course, Epic Whale, who was trying to fend for his teammate, and I'm assuming he's gotten Clicks' card, right? I think he might have gotten everything he needs to at least play for the potential save here.
But if he wants to go for that, he needs to get it sooner rather than later. Fish straight onto the launch pad, and that's going to take him far enough from this current fight. But checking back in with Muzz, Paper down one more time. Muzz just trying to keep these moving forward, and Tavern will be on the other side of Muzz's barrel there. Nice elimination, but again, Peterbot, Pollo, their positioning just all the better. Poor Muzz forced to sit this one out and wait for the next lobby. As Epic, same mentality. He's just playing for himself at this point. He's going for the placement strategy. Bit shambles as far as the loot is concerned, but at least one small shield potion to buy him a little bit more time. Bandage online as well, so I'll at least have that 75 white HP to work with. But his last little bit of Flowberry Fizz here, MDF, and he's just hoping, praying that Cam and Aminish don't decide to check upstairs, and they're not the only ones. Yuumi, Vert now, jumping straight into the fray. Epic tried to go from behind, but he didn't finalize the shots. Yuumi and Vert just so quick with those wall edits, and Epic forced to just lay waste to the Storm.
Yeah, I liked the decision to dip back into the Storm because he had the 9 damages. I wasn't a huge fan trying to key in on the team after the wall and the splash came down, but it is what it is. These types of things are going to happen. Mixin and Paco, though, continue to stick to their guns, stick to the north side here, and it puts them at a high ground position right now. And they look to back way on off here for a second, and there's that no drop rate, hit scan, mythic waterbend in full effect here. This is, I would say, where it shines best, right? If you don't have a DMR or something, just play long range, play player trying to rotate.
And that's all that Mixin's doing, just constantly berating. We saw Reed and Ritual. It seems as though Mixin and Paco have not forgotten about the fact that Reed and Ritual are holding them for a little bit, and now
Look
they're
at
just
this
making sure to
rotating.
return the favor. Yeah, this is a perfect rotation into the next zone. If nobody spots them out, keep in mind there is a team already relatively center of this next zone, but
So
7 mil Dozier.
What? This is
just going straight down.
crazy. This is crazy. He's gonna land right onto Dozier, and they actually end up boxing him out and then cutting off the teammate there. That could have been all bad for Dozier, but his teammate responded fast enough and backed him up there. What a gutsy play from Mixin and Paco, but you have to respect it. I mean, they were just going toe-to-toe with Re and Ritual moments ago. They were doing just fine, so now that they're the first to the punch here to get the high ground spot, I mean, they couldn't be in a better position to have decisions to make later in the game, to actually have options.
But one thing they definitely need, though, is some materials. Paco and Mixin only boasting about 22 builds apiece. Definitely not ideal considering how nice their actual positioning is, but they might be able to make it work in their favor, especially depending on how the zone chooses to pull, but instead, a little bit further south from where they were situated. So they'll definitely have their work cut out for them, working their way down that mountain face. Blake and Macwood as well. Another team just barely managing to cling above that surge damage threshold. The knock onto Chubbs, now transitioning into a full elimination. But Blake and Macwood, they're not content. They definitely want to see if they can isolate any of these other teams, spot out maybe a solo that's trying to play more towards the backside of zones, going in with the later rotates.
Look at this. Kanata and Cooper, once again, setting themselves up for what could be a high ground spot, but they don't really have the mats to do much with it. But the damage might just be done to the rest of the lobby that has to work their way up this funnel, this low ground, this steep mountain. If they just continue to hold these angles and pressure down on players, I mean, it's going to be rough for everyone. It's going to cost a lot of these teams all of their material. Look at this angle that Blake and Mac would have on Sabak and Pars. I mean, if the zone just goes a different way, that's it, right? It could be wraps, and they're going to make a move to inch closer towards this team. I wonder if they think they sense some vulnerability down here. Little do they know, Bak and Pars are likely fully equipped.
Not only that, but it is a risky call right now from Blake and Macwood because they are banking everything on that side of the mountain face, hoping that the zones just continue to pull in their favor. Paco and
Mats.
Mixin, though, yeah, no mats is right, and there is a couple of teams sort of hovering towards that secondary height. Paco,
He almost missed the
I
jump.
was waiting for it, but for a second there, that would have been a little questionable, but he did manage to connect. Reunited one more time with Mixin. And that waterbending mythic, I think, might be their best friend currently. The ultimate way to try and shut down some of these teams that are looking to either chop them out or pressure height from the mid-ground layers in general.
Cold and Acorn, completely different story in play right here. All the way to low ground, they shoot out Paco and Mixin, but we do know they have the fizz effect, so they will be able to land safely. And then right into repositioning themselves here. And this might be a best case scenario for them. They need this fight right here as they don't have mats, so you couldn't ask for a better spot to be in than over top of a player pressuring down low. But no, Paco bails on Mixin, and it just seems like the decision making was a little bit off there. They should have stood together. You see what happens when the pressure starts to turn around here. So for Cold and Acorn, the sky opens up, things start to brighten up for them, and this should be their game now to run away with here.
They've got ample materials. They've also got Paco kind of bodyguarding his way through the low ground. Does have a med kit. Just get him a few more placement points, but Kanata and Cooper, another relatively strong duo still left standing, but what they don't have currently, MDF, is build, at least not on Kanata's side. So they're gonna try and tarp through, staying more towards frontside low. But again, Baka, Pars, could play spoiler here to Kanata and Cooper. All it takes is one good shot, one wrong turn, and that could spell the end here when you don't have many builds to work with. In comparison to Acorn and Cold, just warlords of the high ground currently.
Look at this, Kanata getting all the chance in the world to bounce back some material count there. Very nice find there. Pars and Baka punished from Bolts up top, and it's just brutal on all sides as Bolts is the one who comes out on top and gets the full elimination. Pars is weak as well, and Bolts with the 2v1 on his old friends of Baka and Pars there. Well played for him. This is going to secure him a top 5 now. He is sliding his way in, and then punishment onto Cooper as well, where we thought Cooper and Kanata had this in the books on lock. No, Bolts throws his decision in the mix there too, and just like that, a 2v1 here should set up Acorn and Cold for the win now.
Acorn and Cold are just waiting it out. There's really no rush from where they're standing. Cold's gonna go ahead and drop down anyway. Put some pressure onto Bolts' walls. Bolts, though, still scurrying around, seeing if he can maybe find a straight shot. He does have that Mythic Gatekeeper to work with. Acorn and Cold actually switching things around, but Bolts, down to his last little bit of HP, does manage to connect a single shot onto Cold, but it's just not enough when you're dealing with both Cold and Acorn.
You know what? You got to take your hats off for Bolts fighting all the way through to the end, not willing to just roll over and let the job be finished there. No, he wants to go ahead and fight back for his. Acorn and Cold are going straight to finals now as they have secured game number 3. And take a look at the highlights, the high ground. It was masterfully done right here. Full health, full material counts, just everything you can ask for. In the end, not ideal to let another player take the high ground from you, but a 10 elimination victory royale is still a huge W, Taco.
And look, I don't want to take the limelight away from Acorn and Cold by any means, but can we talk about the fact that Kanata and Cooper, this is like their 3rd lobby now of finding themselves in that top 5. They are just so close, on the cusp of finding these victory royales for the grand finals, but maybe Zeke, Vivid, and Kelly have some more information on that.
We have no information. Sorry, guys. Well, great show. See you guys later tomorrow. Okay, just kidding. Congratulations, Acorn and Cold, of course, your Major 1 champions. They've got themselves their spot in the grand finals of Major number 2. They're like, hey, you know what? We don't got to play anymore. That's all for us. We'll see you guys in grand finals. Good luck, everybody else. Good luck practicing. Good luck defending against Peter Pan and Pollo. We're out.
Hey, Acorn and Cold, is anybody surprised that they're going to be in the grand finals? Our Major 1 champions doing it in great fashion. I mean, Kelly, the high ground awareness, looking up as the zone pulled off of the top of the mountain. Genius.
Yeah, I think we knew that a lot of these victory royales were going to be coming from high ground, although I guess technically at the very last moments there was Bolts that grabbed the high ground, so shout outs to him, but Cold and Acorn were just so confident, and that's exactly what you expect out of the Major 1 champions. But I think what a lot of people didn't expect from Acorn and Cold is their performances through the open qualifiers, and it's very likely that because they've already qualified for the global championship in October, that they don't want to expose any strategies. Maybe they're even just playing a little bit more passively, although that doesn't seem to be the case for game 3 there. It's good to see Acorn and Cold back on top.
That's right. That is right. Of course, congratulations once again to Acorn and Cold. And I love that you kind of call that out, Kelly. The fact they already have their spots at globals, obviously they'd love to kind of defend their title and hold the axe of champions for yet another major. But yeah, I mean, these guys are already good to go, so they're probably feeling really comfortable. They're just like, I guess you're still excited, right? To be like, yeah, grand finals. But you're like, I'm going to globals later. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, though, a great performance from them. 7 eliminations on Cold, 3 on Acorn. You know, Man City Esports, who, of course, Cold is signed to, put out this nice little content piece where they were talking about rating sort of similar to how sports cars work. And I saw Cold rated himself a 94 overall, but it was a 99 in fragging, right? So has a lot of respect for himself and a lot of confidence in that category. So no surprise to see 7 eliminations on the 99 rated fragger.
Although a little bit of a surprise for the second duo out of Fencing Fields to come out on top there. And so I know that we still have 2 more duos landing Fencing Fields, and we've been talking about our team's going to move to Mount Olympus. Is Grim Gay going to be contested? I wonder if more duos are now going to be moving to Fencing Fields after this.
Yes, Kelly. Yes, more chaos, more fights. That's Kelly. We're here. We're right here. Let's take a look at our standings to see how things are kind of going. If you're just tuning in, hey, welcome. We hope that you had an awesome day. Let's watch some Fortnite together. And so what you've missed up until this point, Acorn and Cole, they got themselves the Victory Royale. Adris and Bugha came before them, and then in game 1, Krizix and Yasir walked away with the win, which means they're going straight to grand finals. They're good to go. Now it's all about next weekend for everyone else. We're looking to get a Victory Royale or to end the day in the top 25. Kanata, Cooper still holding down that #1 spot. These guys are so crazy consistent right now.
Yeah, you think so, Zeke? I mean, like Taco kind of mentioned it at the end, making it to every single end game and just seemingly in a good position every single time as well. Really, really good to see them, perform on this level. And the thing that I kind of wanted to point out earlier on in this major, right through some of those qualifying weeks, is I feel like Kanata and Cooper are one of the best teams at kind of recognizing when they actually need to use Fullberry Fizz and when they should not. So shout out to Kanata and Cooper for putting in the time and effort and seemingly making some of those end game rotations seem so easy. It's clearly working.
And they definitely have done such a good job of holding high ground or holding second high and then realizing when they're in a bad position and dropping down to either extreme low or second low. So I really do love the awareness that's coming out of Kanata and Cooper, and I think that's part of the reason why they're able to survive so long. But they don't want to just survive, Zeke. They want to get that Victory Royale.
Dude, that's all I want in my life is just to get a single victory out of my
Just one.
Sorry, yeah. Anyway, 18th place, Blake and Macwood jumping up 18 spots to suddenly find themselves here in that top 25. It just goes to show you, right? One super awesome game can really kind of turn around your semifinals run. Now, of course, would they love the victory out? Sure, but still trying to stay in that upper bracket, stay in the top 25. This is a good spot to be in.
Yeah, I mean, and shout out to Blake because Blake has been catching some respect this season, some kudo points for how well Blake was actually performing in some custom zone war lobbies, and everybody kind of putting some respect on his name as it compares to his mechanics and his ability to clutch earlier on throughout the year as well. So hey, listen, I'll be looking towards Blake and Macwood to pick up a Victory Royale over the next couple of games.
Yeah, I feel like this major is kind of the major of OGs and also these content kings, these people that we thought were kind of done with their professional run, but coming back strong right now. Hopefully we can see him do just a tiny little bit better, because although he is still in the top 25, with 1 or 2 more games to go, a lot can be changing. And these duos, if they're not going to get the Victory Royale, they need to be in the top 25 because they don't want to go to the lower bracket.
Yeah, it gets a lot crazier, a lot scarier in that lower bracket for sure. Not only is it harder to stay in that kind of upper echelon of players, but you also have way more games to try and play through to be that consistent. But I know what you want. It's more games. Game 4 is upon us. Let's kick it on over to our casters. It's MDF and the best taco.
That's right. Thank you, Zeke. Yes, the pressure is on now as we're starting to run through our games here. Time is limited. These rounds are even more refined now as there's only 2 more in front of us here.
Yeah, and with only 2 games left to close out day number 1 of the upper bracket, again, it is important to keep in mind that placement points could also become a big priority for some of our teams that might be hovering just outside that 6th through 25th placement on the leaderboards, MDF, because they want to ensure that they stay competing in upper bracket here for day 2. There's just so much more opportunity to be able to qual to grand finals this way.
Yeah, it doesn't get any easier, though. At the end of the day, like you just mentioned, you have to stay consistent and hopefully, of course, play for the victory royale. So even if the win is not quite there for you, that's why you see even players like Bolts willing to fight all the way through tooth and nail to the end, because eliminations do matter. So let's see as game number 4 is ready. All right, Taco, here we have it. We already know Frenzy Fields is on fire as we've seen a number of different teams start to jump in and throw their hats in the ring, if you will. There hasn't been a same outcome, right? Every game has been so very different here at the Fencing Fields. As first, though, we get to see Felon and Backtalk against Crackly and Derola here. Crackly and Derola have had, I'd say, quite the performance so far.
Definitely been relatively consistent throughout the course of the 3 lobbies that have taken place so far, but here in game number 4, they want to make sure that they just do one step above the rest. Everybody's still searching for their first victory royale here in game number 4. It's Paco and Mixon. Their run could get cut short here if they're not careful against the likes of Max and Smiley, but Mixon, thankfully, will secure a shield potion. That's gonna definitely put Mixon and Paco in a much more favorable spot, but it does cost Mixon all of his chug splashes. So now Max, Smiley, still somewhat on the hunt here. You can tell they really want to clear out Paco and Mixon because it would just ensure that their loop path is all the smoother, but they haven't really had an opportunity to get their Max online in general. Max trying to build up, but he's making sure to stick close to his duo. Smiley doesn't want to split that far and find himself in a precarious position. But if they continue to hesitate, that could be the prime opportunity, the opening, essentially, that Mixon and Paco need to just reestablish their footing. And sure enough, Max and Smiley, they're gonna actually break off altogether. Just opt to fall back to the shores and see if maybe they could try and reaggress later on after getting a little bit more materials and loot.
Yeah, there's definitely an option there, but I think Max and company are going to be happy with getting a couple tags there and backing off, as they haven't been the winners of the drop game after game. So sometimes you just want to get your feet down on the ground and actually play one out. That's, I'm assuming, what Back and Feline would like to do here, but D-Roller and Crackly have just been the stronger duo overall. A little bit more consistent here. They have the high ground. The structure's trying to get broken up from underneath them, so they have to come down. D-Roller misses the important tag, and they lose their advantage. And Crackly makes a mistake, but D-Roller claps back here and puts his team in the conversation. Back against the wall, though, unfortunately, doesn't give him enough room to work with there. And just like that, Feline and company end up winning the exchange.
Is it really a win, though? That, with the Thunderbolt of Zeus, is going to make them contemplate. Blake also was attempting to try and keep himself and Macwood in the conversation here for game number 4, but Golden making sure to shut that one down. Golden's got to be quick about it, though, here at Grand Glacier. Sure, he might be the lone survivor currently, but if he doesn't get this reboot off onto Ozone ASAP, he's going to have to worry about those teams that could be making their way over, especially coming out of Summit Base Camp, Summit Temple again. You got Bravo, Percent, Curve, and Tyler, 2 duos, where if they hear the sound of that reboot van going off, Monster, you have to imagine that they're going to want to immediately pounce upon that opportunity to take full advantage of a team that's clearly struggling a little bit in the early game.
Yeah, we've seen Glacier be contested a few times by late third parties, but let's jump in with the conversation here at the Classic Courts. It does seem like it's about 3 teams in the conversation here. Damage already being done to the late rotator coming in. Teams on the outskirts. There's a lot happening. Backing over to Paco and Mixon. So from the drop, they get their materials, they get their HP, and they push through a team. This is a completely different elimination pickup there. That's onto Veer and his duo. Very nicely done for them.
It's kind of crazy, too, considering that Freeze and Veer, they're initially contested over at Brawler's Battleground by Threats and Sphinx. So for them to rotate this far west to clash up against Paco and Mixon at Lovely Lodge, it's almost seemed like Paco and Mixon, they've just been fighting every step of the way so far. And it doesn't seem as though that aggression is going to fall off anytime soon. So they definitely got to keep their wits about them. But it seems as though they're handing out responses that these other teams in NA might not have necessarily been anticipating. Poor Muzz, man.
Yeah, not looking good for Muzz, but just on the topic of Pac-Man Mixon, you know, last game, we found them in the water, right? Doing this like crazy dead side rotate, and then they made endgame, and they played, I think, pretty well. That could have been a confidence boost, because this game is much different. Like, we're seeing a more aggressive Pac-Man Mixon, but look at Muzz, man, putting up the numbers as a solo right now. In the fit, let's see it. He's taking walls and pushing players back. I mean, that's all the respect you can earn as a solo right there. And that duo, I think, is recognizing, yep, this is who we think it is. It's Muzz.
Muzz might even opt to go for the immediate reboot, man. They're at Fencing Fields. Don't want to call it a reckless strategy by any means. He's definitely got the mechs to push back a full duo as a solo, but at the same time, he's got to be wary. It is pretty cool, though, to mention Fencing Fields, the only POI so far today here in NA that's had repeat Victory Royale winners coming out of it. First, Krizzix and Yasir, and then Acorn and Fold. And Muzz, just let him get the reboot off, guys.
Just cleaning up house. 2 eliminations now. Get a load of that. You blinked and you missed it, basically. It's over. And we knew it. That team didn't have shield. They were, you know, pushing in and just doing all the wrong things. Muzz is just sharper, faster, cleaner. He gets to watch that back when he gets this reboot here. Take a look. King Expo comes in. Finds him. Box him up. Oh my gosh. And just like that, it's over. What a play for the young Muzz.
Oh, come on, man. Pars and Baka just had to ruin the fun, man. Oh,
I'm out of here.
This is tough, man. You hate to see it. Muzz, you did your best. There's really nothing else that Paper could have possibly asked you for in that situation. Pars and Baka just the right place at the right time. So unfortunately, Muzz not going to be able to stay standing. He's still him, though, for that initial 2 versus 1 scenario.
You know, you could always, you know, the wonderful thing about editing is you could just always end the clip right when we celebrated how great you were and leave out the Baka and Pars steamroll at the very end. Jumping over Rise and Yamza right now. Things are looking pretty solid for this team, but I do wonder, where's their surge?
Rise probably has the same question, MDF, but keep in mind, Surge a little bit easier to come by when you know every single rotation that you want to make throughout the duration of a match. We've seen Rise and Yamzo kind of playing very consistently for Forecast Tower, given that they're split, again, one more time to mention, between Pantheon Path and Little Villa, there is a Forecast Tower readily available for them just outside of that hazy hillside tunnel, but that's only if it actually spawns, right? So this game could look a little bit different for Rise and Yamzo, but we've seen them pretty consistently in the late game, and it's not like they've been down bad or anything like that as far as their loadouts are concerned. I think it's more so just trying to play through the haphazardness that continues to take place with the way that some of these zone pulls have been occurring.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, it can go either way. We've seen the pendulum swing. Take a look at Paco Mixon. They got a long ways to go to get to the safety. Meanwhile, King Re and Ritual here playing the bunker, holding it down, keeping it well protected. This means that several other bunkers, of course, across the Fortnite world have now revealed themselves, and we just get a moment to really absorb the loot that they get to pick up from the bunker. It is just so much, right? And it's really, really telling.
It's definitely everything you could ask for and then some, and Reed and Ritual were able to establish so much space surrounding this bunker. They're not really all that concerned about somebody trying to sneak attack them. They're more prioritizing just getting those weapons with the optimal modifications that they would like to operate with throughout the course of this fourth lobby, and same intentions here for Clix and Epic, but this is a little bit of a different sight than what we're used to seeing, because typically it's been Clix and Epic having to kind of duke things out to get claims for the weapon bunker. They do have a couple of weapon bunker options that could potentially spawn from their drop or nearby their drop at Lavish Lair, but we have been seeing Epic and Clix be able to confirm Surge off of those weapon bunker fights, so seeing them lay claims to that one completely uncontested by the looks of things could be problematic for their Surge strategy in the long term in this lobby. But maybe, again, having hit up that weapon mod bench, they might have been able to get some scopes put on those weapons that could help them with maintaining their accuracy onto other players.
Look at this, Peter Bottom Pollo, single out Edgy here, and they're gonna look to take that fight. Meanwhile, Reet and Ritual from the bunker to the safety of the new zone. A fight breaks out here, and they find Trashy on the run here. Already have an elim, so that's unfortunate for Reet there. Get that chunky shot in response to Trashy's defense there. Well played for him. It's going to buy him some time and really force Reet to dig into these prestigious heals. This is all of a sudden not going the way that they anticipated or expected, for that matter.
It's kind of crazy, though, to think that Ritual and Reet just getting cut off, basically, by Cirque and Rafiki. A little bit of attraction having been pulled towards from that rescue station, and now just a little bit south of Classy Courts, Reet and Ritual. They had some benefits coming, obviously, out of that weapon bunker, but very obvious that they were not anticipating a team like Cirque and Rafiki to kind of just be lurking about, trying to cut them off in their rotation path, essentially.
Biggin and TK here as well, looking to fight pretty much outside the rift here. I wonder if they want to play for the top of the rift. Doesn't look like they're in desperate need, but the positioning nonetheless will be key, as this does seem to be landing right dab smack in the middle of this zone right here. So it's a great spot to secure nonetheless, besides the upgrades that'll yield out. It's Ozone and Golden Ball who have first dibs, though. They get to zipline first. Those are all big missed tags there, right? With that water mythical, this should have been pretty easy for them to connect, but things happen.
Maybe Ozone will be able to generate some new opportunities with this water-bending mythic. For right now, though, just looking to build around the capture point here on Rift Island. Golden and Ozone could both definitely use some of the resources provided by that capture point, but there is a lot of company here at Rift Island now. One less member to deal with, though. B-Dog going to be eliminated by Bacon, and TK getting a chance to try and bring his shields back to full, his white heals back to full as well. Bacon definitely has ample amount of heals for his teammate, but as you can see, TK already with the med kit. Not really too concerned just yet. But Bacon and TK doesn't seem as though they're going to try and collapse immediately onto Golden and Ozone for that capture point. They got to be careful, though. Keep in mind, they will be marked men as soon as that capture point goes off for Golden and Ozone, which I think they were just seconds away from.
Yep, that is what's going to happen here. Bryson Bolts on the other side, just making a rotate here, trying to get a move on it. A bit far apart from one another, though, and in between multiple duos. There it is. See the Flowberry Fizz starting to play its effect here. You have Zeus on the rotate here as a duo as well. I like what they're doing here for Bryson Bolts here, playing far and away inside the storm, or into the safety, towards this major POI here. This is definitely a more prime spot to be in. Meanwhile, Kanata and Cooper back at these incredibly designed bases, huge structures here to give them full visibility on the outskirts, the surrounding areas.
Bryson Bolts being another one of our potential forecast teams, given that their drop split between Dumpenhazen and Zenith Wall. But It's not easy to come by. I mean, we mention forecast towers all day long. It really doesn't matter if you know every zone if you're not able to capitalize off of your rotations and actually encountering other players to try and establish surge. You ask any Fortnite pro out there, 99% of the time they're going to tell you they would rather have, you know, cap surge over everything else. Because when it comes to set lobby, it's by far and away the most difficult thing to come by is Clix trying to get some surge going for himself and Epic. But some missed sniper shots onto Braids.
Ooh, there it is.
There it is.
It's a great tag there, great body tag, 121. Really open things up for them, set themselves up, put them a whole step ahead. The damage required in these types of lobbies here. But the zone's more pressing, and the longer they stick around to fight this team, the more issues they might have later on. And this is a hard decision to make here, where you see your surge, they know they're 258, and they're like, oh, but we have a team here. No one's around. What do we do? Right? Do you stick around and you try to, you know, cheek out a couple tags here, or do you get straight to the zone first? And it seems like they want to stick around and find out instead.
Zone's got to be priority, especially with another team kind of encroaching upon your position. Batman Booga and Rapid just sending some zoning shots, as I like to call them. Didn't manage to clip any of Clix's shield immediately, but Reet and Ritual find themselves in a very similar position. Those teams kind of hanging around now on the Rift Island. In fact, Reet, recognizing the fact he just gets lit up from two separate directions. Have to expect that it's two very different teams that he's got to deal with now. Some very valuable resources gonna be forcibly removed from their loadouts.
By the way,
Regen those shields.
look at the field. Look at the feed. Epic Whale Clix just caught Cooper and Kanata. We know Cooper and Kanata had a crazy base going here. I wonder if Clix actually connected with that sniper shot. Something must have unfolded there. Things have gone terribly, terribly bad, and maybe we cursed Kanata and Cooper because we did just fly the stat showing that they've been the only duo to make top 10. Well, scratch that here and now. Take a look at how it goes down. It's the sniper tag from Clix. It's good.
That is so tough, man, because it's not like Kanata was there for that long. It was just a couple of seconds, but that's all it takes for Clix sometimes to register the headshots. And tragic scenario there for Cooper and Kanata. Have to expect that Cooper just got immediately keyed basically after Clix turns him into a solo. But this next rotate could be everything here now for Clix and Epic. Another one of our teams that are definitely searching for a victory royale. They want that immediate shot straight to grand finals.
Take a look at Reet and Ritual. Talk about sticking around and finding out. They've continued to play a little bit slow now. And you see it starting to add up here. Not only is it taken away from what heals they had left, but also the fact that they're flying pretty low on the surge standings there. A couple players, notable players still alive here. Peterbot and Boyo just nearby. They're not going to let Reet fly by for free. There goes the shots coming in from all of the lobby here. Everyone recognizing that there's a new team landing right in the dead center of this new zone. It's a good spot for Reet and Ritual to be in now, but can they get a couple tags here to get comfortable?
Can they even hold this spot is the other question as well, because there's a lot of teams that would love to be where Reet and Ritual are currently at. So I like this from Reet, Ritual, both just looking to attack from separate angles. Snacky, Sanito caught up in so much action here, but it's gonna be Mixon who'll find himself on the receiving end of Snacky and his aggression, but a nice elimination. It's going to clear out a little bit of space, buy them some time to figure out where their next rotate is actually going to be at.
See it. This has been the slowest we've seen Peterbot and Boyo move in any setting in what feels like the last 2 seasons. I kid you not. It's been pretty tough semifinals for them so far, but luckily it's a whole weekend in front of them. And it only takes 1 game here to put you right back into that top 25. But this is game 4, and after this, it's game 5, and we'll call day 1 wraps. If you don't pick up a victory royale, you have to continue to play throughout the weekend here. Only wins will send you to the finals right now, this early in the semifinals.
It's definitely crunch time for every single one of these teams. Because again, if you don't get that victory royale, at the very least, you want to ensure that you are still maintaining that 6th through 25th spot on leaderboards. Because remember, there's rolling lobbies taking place here today as well in our semis lower bracket. 10 games that those players are cycling through, and the top 30 are going to actually be profiting because they'll be moving into upper bracket day 2. So it's really just going to depend on how well some of our current competitors are going to be able to maintain their spots on the leaderboard if they can't find that victory royale outright. And that's a lot of pressure when you really break it all down.
Yeah, definitely. Pressure is on right now for everyone here, as these are the last chances here for day 1. You want to get it out the way. Korean Ritual right now. Single Elim. We saw they were having like we said, a bit of a harder time with Surge as they were making their way into the storm, so they recognize that they have to get busy. And you can see the Surge upgrades right there. 7 to 15, and then they're just on that line, so tags are going to start exchanging. The numbers are going to start jumping up, and if you don't keep up with the pace, you are going to fall behind.
Reed and Ritual definitely trying to get fraggy right now onto Cirque and Rafiki, but they'll abandon ship for the time being. They got to stay ahead. They got to stay with the zone. Edgy Tavern, all the while, chains of
What is going on?
Which direction? Paco operating as a solo. Keep in mind, he lost Mixon relatively early on in this one. So now, Paco, Mixon, they're going to have to bank it all on our final lobby of the day to see whether or not they stay either inside that 6th through 25th or can find that Victor Royale and that immediate entrance to grand finals. But Peterbot and Pollo, I mean, again, you talked about this is the slowest we've seen. This is also one of the best positions we've seen them in so far today. Kind of just trading that Surge medallion between each other. Peterbot making sure that he's going to have his Underworld dash charges readily available for when they make their next move. But that Surge threshold dropping ever lower there for Peterbot and Pollo. They still didn't have eliminations. They're pretty much operating exclusively on what tags are able to collect from everybody below. Clicks connecting big shots here for himself and Epic. Back up above the damage threshold, but still not enough to get comfortable just yet.
Yeah, that sniper is definitely the decision maker, the deciding factor for them. And I am curious if whether or not Peterbot and Pollo have just decided, hey, you know what? Let's just win. Let's just play for a win, right? Taking things a lot slower right now instead of jumping into the box and doing what they've done up until now. Snack is going to go on and fall there with his duo. Down he goes, and talking about a team that was playing slow and steady. All of a sudden now they are once again forced to dig into the heels a little prematurely here. This is endgame now. This is where they do shine best, and we haven't really seen them try to shine from the low ground in a game, let alone a calibered lobby like this. They have been the team that has aggressively fought for high ground and made it their business to do what they will with the lobby, but semi-finals is really showing us, these set lobbies are showing us that it's not going to be easy. And as I say that, Peterbot and Pollo time the high ground taken. Look at that. Here comes Clix and Epic Whale, who have also been fighting for high ground. This might be a best case scenario for Peterbot and Pollo, that Clix and Epic Whale meet the team that was coming down off of the height that they just took it from, which was Bacon and TK there.
Bacon and TK just impossible to prevent players with those Underworld dashes from challenging for height. Clix, though, from way back, tries to take his odds in that secondary height layer, but now he's scrambling on the low ground. Peterbot, too, forced to drop from above. It's going to be a banana expended, but but can Peterbot find an opportunity to get that shield potion online? That's the next question. Rise, gonna be the shutdown necessary. Pollo forced to fall back, forced to just try and rock it out in these pre-existing builds underneath that ultimate high ground. A nice elimination onto Ozone's gonna give him some siphon mats, but at the same time, Pollo, he is just left running every which direction, and he just encountered another duo. He can't afford to take that damage.
Yeah, and it's not looking good at all. They just didn't earn a lot of points, so this is going to be a tough game. Believe it or not, I can't believe I'm saying this, for Peterbot and Pollo to remain inside the top 25 at this pace here. Epic Whale, you can see the damage that fighting for high ground has done to him. He is down to 3 green health and just a little bit of shield to work with into the box, but not enough to get the finish there. Rise defends well. Yamzo comes down to try to support his duo mate. And there's not a win condition in hand here other than close this out from the high ground. Bryson Bolt on the low ground here do have a med kit to play for, but it might be a little too late.
It's got to be Bolt that goes for the disruptor factor. Braids, though, eliminated. Bryce still trying to work his way through. Bolt, last man left standing here, just about.
Back to back.
Yamzo and Rise are doing everything they can, and that's really all she wrote, as Rise and Yamzo finally find their victory royale. We've seen them searching for it throughout our lobbies here today, MDF, and hey, better late than never.
Yamzo and Rise absolutely deserve that win. It couldn't have went better for them. Clicks and Epic Whale fighting for high ground gave them the chance to snag it themselves. But you know what? It's Bolts who's the standout performer for me right now. Back-to-back second places now, showing that he is here to hang with the Wolves. Let's take a look at from Yamzo's perspective here. He was really turning online, and look, you could have never guessed that he was in the storm there. So just completely catching Peterbot and Pollo offline, really messing up what they had in store. And just like that, they win game number 4. That leaves us with just one more left to play for. Congratulations to Rise and Yamzo there, Taco.
Of course, and Yamzo of all people, I think. I can't say that I'm surprised to see him being one of the members to shut down Peterbot. He was not going to allow that height overlord to come into play. So just an excellent job all around from Yamzo and Rise. But Zeke, Vivid, Kelly, what did you guys see throughout that one?
Yamzo and Rise, I feel like a duo we have not talked a lot about recently. There's kind of like this ebb and flow with Yamzo and Rise. The thing is, though, is they're always good. But the thing is, they're so good at like staying in the shadows and like quietly manipulating certain lobbies and taking certain fights and like dethroning certain people. But now they step into the limelight, right? They say, hey, look, we're going for this title. There's another global championship on the line. We got to make it there. And after this Victory Royale, they are poised to do that in grand finals.
You know, 11th put on a little bit of a show called Hotline, and basically, you know, we had a guest join, and they posed the question. They were like, I think Yamzo and Rise should land Grimgate and be the saviors of NA Central this season and take down Peterbot and Pollo. And I rebutted, and I was like, well, no, Yamzo and Rise, they like to formulate their strategies in the early game. They like to just have these split jobs that are uncontested and just play strategically throughout the game. Maybe they had the duo correct, but the strategy incorrect. Maybe it's all about Yamzo and Rise going for a high ground and taking it from Peterbot and Pollo. Kelly, we do not see that. We do not see teams take high ground for Peterbot and Pollo, but Yamzo and Rise just did it to win a game and qualify for finals.
It was a bit surprising. In between these games, I've been telling these guys that, listen, if Peterbot and Pollo go down, like, if they make it past 30th place, then they're going to win the whole thing. And it definitely looked like they were primed and ready to go for this. And the fact that they just went down, and they went down by Yamzo and Rise, who are an incredible duo. They got top 10 last major, so I don't think it's too much of a surprise to see them grab a victory royale right here. But the surprise is, what happened to Peterbot and Pollo? Is this just an issue of tournament jitters? Is there really some kind of counter strategy that a lot of these pros have been working against them because they're these Goliaths in NA Central? So Peterbot and Pollo haven't had the best day, and we keep saying these duos want to make it into the top 25. I don't know if Peterbot and Pollo are poised, even with a good Game 5, to make it into the top 25. They have to go for the VR in Game 5.
Yeah, we have entered scary territory, in my opinion, for Peterbot and Pollo. Listen, there were a lot of questions as to how they were going to play today, whether they were just going to go for more of those elimination games. And as you can see right here, 0 eliminations across the board in the moving zones, which means that no, that wasn't necessarily the play style they were going for this game. They were really trying to win this game, I would imagine. But now, yeah, like you mentioned, Kelly, a rough day indeed. They currently sit in 30th place outside of top 25 with only 1 game left to go. Big question mark on whether or not we will see this team, 1, win a game today, or 2, see them again in the upper bracket tomorrow.
Obviously, this duo cannot do what we've seen in the qualifiers, right? They cannot just go crazy mode, go sicko mode, jump into boxes, 20 elim games. That's not what this is, right? Semifinals is very different. And I think for them, they're kind of still in that mindset, right? We can just kind of go in with open quals, you know. We just go crazy. There's an unending number of people we can just continue to siphon off of, get impacts off of. But semifinals, everyone is well aware. Hey, Peterbot, Pollo, they're in this lobby. You have to be very mindful of not only them, but every other superstar looking to go straight through to grand finals. Let's take a look at our standings. I want to see how things are going. Top 25 is looking where, or as we're hoping to stay in the upper bracket, or a Victory Royale auto qualifies us to grand finals. Finally, Kanata, Cooper dethroned in that #1 spot. They've held it for 4 games, but now Bryce, Bolt, they are looking to strike back.
Hold up, Bryce and Bolts. I mean, maybe an underrated duo this major. Of course, it's been very hard for us to kind of tell who's going to be good with the dominance that Peterbot and Pollo has been showing across Cash Cups and qualifiers and stuff like that. So there's a big question mark as to who are big contenders for jumping into that top 10 this FNCS. And honestly, listen, Kelly, we've seen some highlights from Thoric throughout the day, and I've been very impressed with the mechanics.
Yeah, Bryson Bolts have been able to make it to 2nd place twice in a row now. And this wasn't the last game we just watched, but I believe in Game 3, Bolts was a solo player with Bryce going down. And Bolts in this 1v2 against Cold and Acorn, where everyone thought, oh, Cold and Acorn are going to be able to clear him out easy. He was super scrappy, incredibly mobile, able to kind of teleport around the final moments of that game. So we definitely know that the mechanics are there. They have a decent drop spot. There's not too many people landing near them. They're kind of southeast of that Reckless Railways. So they have a decent POI. They're central to the map. They clearly have the mechanics, but can they get the Victory Royale? Well, with after 2 second places, I think it's definitely possible.
Let's find out, Kelly. It is that time. This is the final game here on Just Day #1. Victory Royale, top 25. That's where we are hoping to keep things. For now, though, our casters are standing by. This is Monster D-Face and the Best Taco.
Thank you, Zeke, and that's right. We can see how pressure can start to add up here in any type of semifinal setting. Set lobbies that we're showcasing right now really does put a spotlight on just how difficult it can be to get a win there, Taco.
Yeah, there's a lot of powerhouse duos that I think would have definitely been some pretty big favorites leaning into who's going to secure a Victory Royale. And while we have seen 4 of them go through so far today, MDF, I mean, looking at the stuff that Muzz was pulling out in the last lobby, Muzz and Paper are definitely still on the prowl for their Victory Royale. We're also looking at the likes of Clix and Epic Whale. I mean, they are definitely a team. They're not going to be content with qualing any other way, but we'll find out who's going to take it because Game 5 is here to play.
Here we have it. The upper bracket is now leaning its way towards the final moments. Who will take home that prestigious last Victory Royale and go straight to the finals lobby? We'll just have to find out. We highlighted 2 duos there just shortly, but other duos, Reet, Ritual, you know, of course, the Peterbot and Pollo. Peterbot actually just ended his stream. He's looking to lock in right now. This might be the game that allows him, you know, to cut all distraction and really focus in on just the game right now. So with everything on the line right here, I think I might have spoken too soon. Peterbot is not in the feed. Could they have been contested at their drop? We'll just have to find out here.
That would be
Tragic.
quite the mental blow
Yeah.
to get 4 lobbies, uncon Grim Gate, and then in your last match of upper bracket day 1, potentially knocked, but seems as though, whatever the circumstance, Pollo Peterbot, they've managed to scrape it back together. And
Clipped,
Grim
probably
Gate,
clipped out the sky, you know?
yeah, that's pretty much the direction that I was headed there. Is unfortunately getting shot down from above, but happens to the best of us. Kind of building on what you were just mentioning, though, all of NA, and not even just NA, a lot of the Fortnite community kind of just wondering, like, who's going to save NA? Who's going to contest Peterbot and Pollo? Turns out, one of the best ways to deal with these two is just not challenge them outright, because they've been having a lot of issues with their surge without being able to collect the immediate fight surge strategy that they've been
Yeah.
banking on so far.
Yeah, I think, you know, after game 1, it must have really set back his mental there. You know, they took that first fight, it did not go in their favor, and having to sit out a full lobby like that, they switched it up for game 2, played a little more passively, and then that didn't work, right? So all of a sudden now you're kind of left questioning yourself, second guessing yourself, and just like that, things can start to go astray. But take a look at this. Quinn and Blaze from third partying this fight in the previous game to now landing in this general area. Seems like they forced out Paco and Mixon and other duos, and now they're winning the drop there too, so well played for them. Here's Macwood by himself. Grand Glaciers continue to be a bit of a war zone here in the icy territory. Blake and Macwood haven't quite been super successful. They haven't been quite failures here nonetheless, but this is the last game. 68 points means you're inside the top 25. Do you really want to risk it all is the question here, and same can be said for Macwood. This is his top 25 game on the line right now for this upper bracket position if he cannot win this.
It's a chance, though, that Macwood's willing to bank on himself. Ozone not letting up either. These two are legitimately duking it out as much as possible here at Grand Glacier. But Macwood maybe recognizing the fact that, hey, the fallback, I need some materials, I need some resources. A great pump and a great Thunderburst, not exactly, you know, the ideal situation, but Macwood's first one outside the building here at Grand Glacier. He's going straight for the reboot van, and bringing Blake back into this one is going to be a decent advantage potentially. Depends on what happens next, though, because Ozone could look to clip Blake out of the sky.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think it makes sense for Ozone to back off here. He's in the 25th position. Macwood's duo is in the 24th. They are on the bubble, quite literally, of remaining inside of the upper bracket if they just continue to pace themselves for this game. So to me, it seems like it's definitely not worth the risk. A little too high. The pressure is on here for game 5. This is the last game. You know, traditionally these weekends look like 6 games of coverage, but this setting, this stage, it's a special one. Just got 5, so it's a little more prestigious.
The repercussions, though, for Ozone to not choose to close out that fight and continue that immediate engagement with Macwood, it now means that he's left to try and find an opening to bring Golden back. Reciprocal also gonna shut down Dreams here in our final lobby of upper bracket day 1. Can't celebrate for too long, though. MPen and Pump looking to encroach upon G-Money and Reciprocal's current position. And MPen from above. Good both. They're being smart about how they choose to play this one.
I was trying to figure out what I was listening to.
It's just
the audio
continuous
going
fire.
crazy for a second there. Reciprocal G-Monster trying to get situated here. You can see very cautiously working their way through these buildings. No trust. They think MPen and Pump are still nearby, but they're long gone now. Bree and Ritual looking for trades here as they have prime positioning, and this is definitely a team that can do big things. We've seen them have their standout moments, but can it all come together here?
Reed and Ritual's primary problem so far today has just been not having a whole lot of surge to work with. I think the first lobby may have been the best one that they've been able to play through today in terms of how far along their surge strategy actually was, but everything else, it does seem as though some of our uncontested teams are having difficulties in terms of actually locking down enough damage to continue just focusing on playing out the lobby in terms of just ideal positioning, ideal rotations, because you have to risk exposing yourself as well to the rest of the lobby when you're opting to get that surge damage online.
So no Baka here. Seek and Dash already have elimination, so Pars is by himself. Inside the cone, gathering data. Might just be a matter of time here though for Pars if he just sits around and waits this one out. You're gonna find him.
Waterbending Mythic. Again,
just turn on the wheels and just
it's
get through there.
He's getting there. He's making a dent. He's scratching at the surface now. Pars' builds. And Pars, he just wishes they'd go away. Yeah, splat. Actually, though, it's a lot of hard mats, though, being invested from Pars just to try and keep Seek and Dash at bay. I think right now, Pars might have caught wind of the fact that there's another team potentially rotating into this current position. He might be hoping that Poppy could pull away the attention here, but the floor will finally give. Pars, no shield, will manage to get that small shield potion online though. But again, Seek, Dash, now splitting momentarily, two separate angles, two different walls that Pars is gonna attempt to hold up. And he is scurrying to try and create a gap, try and find some space. But it just doesn't have much to work with.
Yeah, all in all, Seek's tracking right now is just impeccable. He had 4 cones to choose from right there. Chose the right one still. But no, as all this is happening, another duo looks in and Pars has done exactly what he wanted to do. Stall this fight out just long enough for a savior, air quotes, if you will, to come in and potentially change this story around here. It's Poppy and it's Eclipse, but you know, now the damage has been done. Dash is now out.
Pars definitely accomplishing his mission of someone's going to find themselves in a fickle situation with me, but Poppy and Eclipse, they got exactly what they were looking for. An elimination, a little bit of surge damage, willing to fall back and Seek and Pars. I mean, these guys are statues. They have not moved for the last 20 seconds or so because they know that their fates are kind of just at the mercy of what Poppy and Eclipse decide they want to do next. And it does appear as though Poppy could potentially be looking to just maintain that line of sight. Pars wants to finish the fight.
Oh my gosh. If Pars actually ends up getting the victory out, that would just be all the salt in the wound for Seek right now. That was a monstrous tag. So close. Pars actually chickened out for a second there. You saw it. He was like, wait a second, I don't want to just go 50-50. He backed out the builds. But if he would have just committed there, he would have had the elimination as he caught Seek first.
If he found it once, he can do it again. Pars definitely out for a vengeance right now. And yeah, with Poppy, Eclipse still lurking somewhat nearby. They could look to pick up the pieces here. Seek gonna have to cancel that medkit. And Pars going for the immediate collapse. Just finally giving Seek a taste of his own medicine with that waterbending mythic. And a blue gatekeeper shotgun at that versus the purple pump. And Pars closes this one out.
Ooh.
Well deserved. Gritty on him as well.
You know what? The points matter because at the end of the day, you want to maintain your top 25. I think they definitely have enough to do just that for Baka and Pars, but still putting a little respect on it. Playing and honestly outsmarting Seek and Dash there. You got to respect the strategy to just stick around, play the cones.
He might even have a real chance
to reboot, yeah. I mean,
exactly.
It's early in the game. It's only zone 3.
And it really just depends on which direction, but it did seem as though Poppy and Eclipse, they were hanging around, but they weren't necessarily indicating, to me at least, that they had a full intention of trying to aggress again into where Pars was at. They definitely seemed a lot more content with just the damage that they initially received off that first elimination onto Dash. But yeah, if Pars is able to bring Baka back into this one, that could be a massive momentum swing, because you gotta imagine from Baka's perspective, he just watched his duo do the clutch of the century, right? So,
Oh yeah.
at least for this last lobby, they want to make the most of it.
The other teams that are still live right now, Batman, Booga, Rapid. I saw them rotating not too far off from Peterbot and Pollo here, somewhere in the distance there, as we're just outside the underworld. You have Npendo64 in the distance there. The base with my guy Pump. That's a scary, scary duo. They've been playing very consistently, tracking their way towards the right direction as far as overall points are concerned. Batman, Booga, and Rapid are, of course, I'd say on the bubble as well. They do need to continue to perform if they want to maintain their top 25 right now. 106 points is, it's solid, but it's not a full lock.
Meanwhile, teams like Bolts and Bryce, well, Bolts definitely getting a nice little hello from a team trying to utilize some waterbending mythics all the way over from, I think that's the ship at station. Could be a problem, but again, Bryce and Bolts, they kind of have the luxury. They know that they're locked for that 6th through 25th position with their performance so far today, but they just want the guaranteed in. And they've been so close in back-to-back lobbies here today, MDF. This could be the one, depending on how they choose to play it.
Peterbot and Pollo parked right underneath this Rift Island here. The Shadow and Zooks are going to be the first to secure cash up top. A lot of goodies are going to drop out of this, and Shadow could definitely use the extra heal, so it's a good spot for him to be in right now.
Capture point does seem like it'll be going in their favor. Pollo's got to be careful, though, gliding in with Peterbot. Waterbending Mythic, really easy to try and tag those players that are soaring through the skies off those rifts. And with the capture point now in favor of Shadow and Zooks, they'll have an exact idea of where Peterbot and Pollo are at. Peterbot, though, just trying to make use of that weapons mod bench. And it does seem as though capping mats could be the intention. Plenty of metal, but even more brick that can be provided by Rift Island could be part of the reason why Peterbot and Pollo are here, in fact, because if there's anywhere you can get max brick, it's definitely Rift Island.
Rift Island, you know, the brick there too just yields like way more than what feels like your average stone at times. Like, it's very, very lucrative to at least, you know, run by for a pit stop, especially when you need those mats. Macwood and Blake, though, saw what happened early on. It was a bit of a struggle. Macwood did just enough to push off the team that he was contested by, saves Blake, and now they're right back into a spot here, right back into the game, if you will. No movement in sight as everyone is base down. You see even players like Macwood holding that mythical water-bending item. Braids has got a sniper, right? Everyone's got what they need to do maximum damage at range.
This truly is the calm before the storm, essentially. Vert and Yuumi gonna be some of the first to move. Braids missed the shot there. Was hoping to connect with that sniper. Any shield crack right now could be all it takes for a team to opt to collapse, opt to key, and immediately try and catapult themselves even further into the late game. But this is a lot of kind of surge towers that we've been seeing from all these teams here, just about. Clix and Epic, on the other hand, though, they're stuck in an engagement with Trashy. They want to make sure that they're able to still rotate to zone easily, but they don't want to be receiving shots from behind in the process because Clix definitely trying to hold on to these splashes as long as possible.
I like this, using the river here to go ahead and start getting their movement. You can see how important it is for Clix to make sure he keeps these dashes on check here. He's one in the chamber. They're gonna heal up, so to me that says they're gearing up for battle. And it's Reet in front of them. This is the second time we've seen Reet and Clix clash in what could be a full-on fight here, even with the distractions nearby, and it's because they're once again below the surge. This is a problem for Clix and Epic Whale. We knew it was going to be a problem coming in. They did good maintaining game 1 and 2, but since game 1 and game 2, it's like, it's only gotten progressively worse. I don't know if it's the lobby adapting or if it's Clix and Epic Whale slowing down, you know, how early they've been deciding to fight, but this is risky, right, Taco? When you're starting to take these fights, and you're taking these fights amongst all these other players. Just look at the map.
Yeah, the primary problem is just the fact that this isn't an engagement that Clix and Epic want. It's one that they need.
Yep.
Because of the fact that they are just barely gonna claw their way above that damage threshold. But look at the situation it's left Clix in now, focused out by the entirety of the lobby, just trying to reunite with his duo Epic. Unfortunately though, Clix, his shield so low, does have these small shield potions to work with, an extra med kit as well from Epic, but Clix gonna go ahead and throw that one down, recognizing the fact that he still has one more in tow just in case, but with only one splash left. Clix now gonna have to operate without max shield. And again, he's fighting his way through the lobby at this point. Still needs a little bit more surge. Catches Ritual off guard though. Ritual checking the other side of that wall. Caught lacking in all honesty. And now Clix, Epic, that might just be the opening they need. Hazence just trying to get this revive off onto his teammate, but barely pulls it off in time. Still, Clix, Epic, they want more. They need every single refresh they can find right now.
And that was just a great read by Epic Whale. He saw that there was loot on the right side of that box, so makes the call for Clix and him to focus that, you know, single player, because little did he know that was already the solo. So well played there, and he almost finds Ritual there too. So big plays, Clix secures the loot, and I mean, it puts them right back into the game here, at least momentarily. Now it's not looking too good, but give them a second, they should be able to bounce back. We know they have the heals here. Look, they're gonna go for the rotation first. This is so risky.
Oof.
Yeah.
It's a 2-tick.
Oh, he's committed.
Oh, it's even
my
worse.
gosh.
It's a 4.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
Oh, he might just make it though.
No way.
Epic?
Die, brother.
Just short,
Oh, man.
Tragic too when you really think about it, because look who did make it into zone. We saw Reet
Yep.
hanging out just barely on the edge despite everything that Epic and Clix put him through. Unfortunate stuff there. It's gonna draw the end of Clix and Epic's upper bracket day 1. But you're asking me earlier, MDF, you know, what went wrong? And it is really just simple fact. Games 1 and 2, we saw Clix and Epic, they had those weapon bunker fights to kind of rely on for their surge damage. After everything after that, maybe it's lobby adaptability, but people just weren't fighting. People just weren't engaging them at that weapons bunker. And it just becomes all the more difficult because you're just taking the most forced situations instead of optimal engagements. And
Look at who's on hype. Hear about Empoyo right now. Talk about optimal situations. They're trying to literally win the game. They're not doing that low ground stuff this game. They're up here on high ground early now, really trying to assert and position himself to be dominating. And they have 2 Elims, which is great for the Storm Surge. You can see the damage reflecting really well here. What are the odds here? Taco, you're about to Empoyo lock in right now.
this is the second time out of all 5 games today so far, BF, where they have looked to be in a relatively strong position to win it. But again, it's just so early on, and Pollo and Peterbot, it's win or lower bracket, essentially, at this point.
Yeah.
And you have to wonder if maybe some of the pressure was starting to extend from everyone around them. Everyone talking on socials like, yeah, Peterbot, Pollo, they're guaranteed for this. And
But
before you
also,
know it,
like I said, Peterbot was live as well, right? You have the pressure of 10,000 people watching you play live in his own chat with no delay. So, you know, now that he's fully offline, he's just focused up. I mean, we're seeing a much different level of play right here. So far consistent, seems smooth, seems steady, right? Which is really what you'd expect if they're not king, right? If they're W king, then sure, we can expect the shambles, we can expect you know, anything to happen. But when they're playing slow and steady game after game, you should see them in endgame relatively consistently. At least I would hope so.
did see a promising moment there, though, for Kanata and Cooper. They're still able to try and keep things moving as much as the next, but Ritual, they've definitely managed to turn this one around, if even temporarily. And Kanata just saw him get that revive off of the Cooper. A massive shot there. And that is such a crucial refresh that could not have come at a better time for that team.
Great pickup there. New team on high ground right now, though, as everyone's kind of giving it up. No one is safe. The zone's pulling right back the way it came, more or less. So this is going to go off this little ledge, down the rivers, and then right back on up onto a bit of a landmass. So things are getting a little dicey here. Meanwhile, we jump in with Muzz and Paper, alive and relatively healthy. This is a good spot to be in. Paper is swapped over to his signature fit, so you see everyone looking to get in focus mode right now.
Really couldn't ask Paper to lock in any harder than what he is right now, next to Muzz as well. And these spaces that they're choosing to operate in as well, just breaking their way through some of these pre-existing builds. Muzz, small tag from behind. It's gonna be a reminder, can't get too comfortable with your spacing. Just look who's trailing behind, though. Baka Pars from the depths. Baka now gonna have to continue this run, though, without Pars. Last minute solo coming into an engagement, and it's just not good enough. Rapid gonna take full advantage, but Baka and Pars, for what it's worth, excellent attempt.
Reed by himself right now, finds Yuumi on the outside of the zone there. But, you know, eliminations are not enough. It's all or nothing, win or bust out of the game here. And let's see it, high ground broken down. Peterbot snatches it up, and they are playing for domination right here as we're inside a top 10, and they might just be the healthiest team alive. And not only that, take a look at the loadout here. They could do a lot of damage with this as they have options. I think Kanata and Cooper are alive just below them as well, so that's a dangerous, dangerous duo here. They're positioning themselves nearby. Muzz and Paper opted to play a little bit late storm here, trying to size up the high ground, but they might be a little too late, too gone. And it is Cooper and Kanata.
Cooper and Kanata as well, making sure to exchange the medallion of Siphon. Big moments there, though. Travesty for Muzz and Paper, but a huge come up there for Cooper and Kanata. And now, just trying to make sure they stay towards that front side of zone. They're going to continue to play this ultimate low ground for the time being. They know they've got members behind them, but it's going to come down to Peterbot and Pollo up above, whether they can be shot out from their perch, chopped momentarily, but can you really chop a team that has that aspect of agility? Kanata, Cooper, Kanata especially so low with his shields in comparison to Pollo and Peterbot.
They double shield up right here, so Pollo's basically making the call. Hey, look, max HP at all times. Let's do this right here, and that means they're committing to the fight here. They single out one, but Cooper with a great low ground tag here turns things around, and Peterbot with the 140 in the finish onto Cooper, and it might just be all or nothing here in the finish. Peterbot closes out strong in the end. Wow.
That was a showstopper finish, without a doubt, because Peterbot and Pollo had expended all of their options here today, MDF. They were absolute shambles as far as that leaderboard is concerned and had a guaranteed ticket to the lower bracket. But this Victory Royale has now just sent them straight to Grand Finals.
I just find it genuinely incredible how all of a sudden they have managed to really lock in and focus up. Look at this, plays for high ground, and then they just go back to the basics. They play a textbook. They didn't do anything flashy. They didn't, key any players. They just utilized the aspect of agility the way you were supposed to. Take high ground, get to the front side of zone, don't do anything fancy, and then in the end, show everyone what you are made of. And Peterbot just collapses onto Cooper, sees Kanata jump down, and the flick shot from the water was beautiful to close it out. And congratulations, Game 5 won by none other than Peterbot and Pollo. That is the kind of team that we expected to see in finals, and they do it when, I guess their backs were against the wall.
Yeah, and for Peterbot and Pollo especially, I mean, things were getting a little crazy there, MDF, but haters are my motivators at times, right? It's the Peterbot mentality for today. So, I mean, big congrats to them for sure. But that's going to be it for us here today, Monster. Game number 1 through 5. Fantastic stuff here out of the upper bracket day 1. Excited to see just how everything shapes up on that leaderboard. So, for myself and MDF, thank you guys so much, and excited for day 2.
Big shout outs here to MDF and of course the best Taco. My gosh, that really just happened, huh? That really just happened. Coming down to the wire, Kanata on the other end, just thinking like this could go any which way. And to think that the day we've had with this duo, right, Kelly? Like they've been in the past, they've been so hot and now so cold. But to slow the gameplay down and to say game 5, okay? We're going to win this one. This is the one we're just going to lock it in. We're going to secure it. To see them come out and do this, like, it shows control, right? We've seen a lot of their, we're just going to go all in W key people. And, we've also seen games where they go down in 30th. But this, having that control, they really do have it all, don't they?
I think there's a lot of question marks going on right now. And I think that kind of happened after week 1 of the open qualifiers, because Peterbot and Pollo had a great performance right before the qualifiers started. And then in qualifier 1, they didn't do bad. They still got top 10, but they didn't have this dominant performance. And I think we saw that here again today. And Peterbot and Pollo, we heard Taco say it, haters are our motivators. And we know that it's a lot of eyes on this duo right here. And even at the start of that game, Vivid, Peterbot got knocked out of the air before he even touched the ground. So the fact that they are able to have potentially one of the worst situations presented to them and one of the worst games we've seen them in a long time, and still be able to collect themselves and then perform at the level that they did in game number 5 is definitely a showcase to their ability as a competitor when it comes to the mental side of things.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the specific day, of course, there's going to be a big question mark as to what those games 1 through 4, right? What really happened to Peterbot and Pollo? Oh my gosh, they're not even inside the top 25. Are we going to see them tomorrow? Are they going to win a game? They're supposed to be winning every single game, every set lobby that they're in. And then that question mark just instantly goes away as we watch them in game number 5 perfect the game plan that we have seen all season long. And then it's just like, yeah, it looks like they're going to win grand finals again. You know what I mean? They just comes full circle with this duo. They're so good. They've shown us our potential in game number 5. And yeah, we'll be seeing them in grand finals. Shout out to Peterbot and Pollo, always putting on such a performance.
Absolutely. Congratulations to them. Obviously, we have to look at standings. We got to remind ourselves of all the players that have kind of like won. In case you're just tuning in, you're like, what, did I miss it? You did, unfortunately. But we'll get you up to speed. Don't worry. A lot has happened. Many winners to take a look at here. We had 5 games today. Let's take a look at the list of our winners on the day. Game 1, Krizix, Yasir. Game 2 saw Bugha and Adris picking up the W. Game 3, Acorn and Cold defending their title, finally getting themselves that spot. Yams on Rise in Game 4. Then finally, Peterbot and Pollo. Again, they just had a really slow start on the day, but I'm just so impressed with their ability to pick it up, right? I love that MDF used the expression, your back's against the wall, right? For this duo, it was this, or we're going down a lower bracket. And then we're gonna have to sit there and we're gonna have to fight our way back into upper bracket. And for them, they just said, let's just qual. Let's you know, what are we doing? Let's just qual.
Get rid of all the nonsense. And honestly, listen, a big thing for Peterbot this season, a big talking point has been like, yo, Peterbot, like, everybody's calling you the best in the world right now. You're dominating the competition. Why don't you stream? You know, not very familiar with streaming himself, doesn't really like to stream some of these competitions, but today, surprise, surprise, was actually streaming some of these games. But I noticed, I checked during game number 5, there was no stream. The stream had been turned off, locked in, and ready to win the game. So I'm assuming that was a big part of it as well, right? Getting back to those familiar elements of just being off screen for that W.
You love to see it. Now, guys, I do have a surprise for you. I have a interview with one of the winners on that list. It is Iamzo. We're gonna have an opportunity here to talk with him. Iamzo, what's going on, man? It's great to see you. It's great to talk again. I feel like I haven't talked to you in so long. How is it going?
I'm doing good. Yeah, it's been a minute since we talked, but I'm doing good off the win, and I'm excited for Grands.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. So how was this semifinals for you guys? Do you feel like getting this win out of the way is just good? Now you can focus on Grands. You guys feeling like maybe there's areas of your play you want to refine? Like, where are you guys at right now?
Well, last season we didn't qual off the win format, the same heat of this one, but yeah, it definitely feels good to win a game. And I don't know, it's like good practice to keep playing them because they're good Surge games, but we didn't really struggle at all with Surge today, so I'm definitely feeling a lot more confident.
It's good to hear. And of course, you know, you guys are very, very close with BloodX, who is, of course, is a coach in the scene. And I saw that after you guys won, he kind of tweeted out that height on NAC is easy and everybody else is just scared. You guys, of course, won the game by stealing high ground from Peterbot and Pollo, who have gotten so much respect this season. Walk us through what the game plan was there. And was it easy to steal height, or was it difficult?
I mean, you honestly just gotta wait for like the right moment, because like a lot of NA teams, they don't really look at height at all, because like Peterbot's been so dominant with it, and like no one really looks up at it. But we waited, had the perfect timing, and we just took it.
Yeah, that definitely seemed to work out for you guys. And when I see you as a duo, Iamzo and Rise, you guys have been playing together for years now. What is it like to stick with a duo for so long, and what advantages do you think that gives you in the competition?
I definitely think there's like a lot of advantages, but there's also like a lot of disadvantages. It's like a relationship. There's like bumpy roads, you go up and down, you gotta like fight through them and like figure out each other, but yeah.
Awesome. So obviously the talk of the town NNA this season has been Peterbot and Pollo. You know, we've seen them very hot and we've seen them very cold. Now they got their spot to grand finals. How do you feel about their performance? Do you think they're going to be kind of be able to carry this crazy momentum we've seen them from the past into grand finals?
100%. I definitely think they could get conned, as the coin is really OP and it shouldn't be unconned on NA because EU is like quad con, but I don't know, it depends.
Okay, one final question for you. Obviously, you were at the Global Championships. You finished 8th. For you to have this spot now going to Grands, you know, to qualify again for the Global Championships, what would that mean for you as a player?
What would it mean as a player? I don't think it like really mattered to me because I think I'm gonna qual 100%, but I just hope to do better than I did last Grands at the Invitational.
Awesome. Well, Iamzo, thank you so much, man. For all the fans out there who maybe don't know who you are, this is their first time seeing you. Where can they find you? Because I need them to go follow you right now.
Iamzo on pretty much all socials, and shout out my coach BloodX, my mentor Poppy, and my fighting coach Faxity.
Iamzo, thank you so much, man. Congratulations on the Victory Royale. The next time we'll see you is in grand finals.
Thank you, thank you.
Iamzo is a confident man and a man of few words.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. But hey, look, you know, he's kind of been there before, right? He's got that veteranship status on his belt, so to speak. So for him to go back, he's like, hey, I'll be there. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm sure he will be there. This is just day number 1 of the competition here in semifinals. We still have standings to look out, friends. We still have to see which duos ended in that top 25 and see who's going to stay in the upper bracket and move down to the lower bracket as we take a look together. So once again, if they got the duos at the top, they got Victory Royales, they're gone. They're good to go. but now start to look down. Of course, Kanata, Cooper, they did almost get themselves that victory out, but they're still looking so good in the second place there. And as we flip over, there's still a ton of names here that, you know, I'm very excited are currently still holding in that upper bracket.
Paco and Mixon, EU represent, and of course we'll be seeing them again in the upper bracket tomorrow. Clicks fans rise. No W today, but another opportunity tomorrow. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. Muzz and Paper in the last game right there, an opportunity on high ground. Could not seize it, as Peterbot and Playo had something to say about that. And our top 25 is right there, Kelly.
Oh man, Aviv and Chubbs just barely scraping by into the top 25. So excited to see how they're going to perform in our upper bracket tomorrow. But of course, I have to feel for Yumi and Vert, as well as Inpin and Pump. These are two incredible duos that will now have to fight through the gauntlet that is the lower bracket.
And that's okay, right? It's not the end of the world, right? It's just going to be a much harder battle, and that's okay, because as one famous Fortnite pro once said, pressure makes diamonds. So not all is lost, right? We continue to cheer on our favorite pros out there in this scene until it's not over, till it's over, right? That's what Fortnite has taught me in life. How did you guys feel after these 5 games? Anything jump out to you? Anything you want to maybe see done differently tomorrow? What do you think, Vivid?
I think coming into tomorrow, obviously love this format. The winner qualifying is always so fun, and these games absolutely fly by. Tomorrow, my eyes will be peeled on some of those POIs where teams qualified from who is going to take the opportunity to land there. Of course, the primary one that I will be mentioning is going to be Grimgate. Who's going to be bold enough to take on the reins of the aspect of agility? We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and we also have the major POI of Mount Olympus there. And apparently Fencing Fields just provides a lot of victory royales for people too. So a lot of mix-ups going to be happening. Excited to see the lower bracket and which duos made it through that we're going to be seeing tomorrow. So, man, we got 5 more games tomorrow. And then the day 3 where we find out who all of the 50 duos will be making their way to the grand finals.
That's right. Tomorrow, new duos from the upper half of the lower bracket will look to fight their way into either get themselves a victory royale and say, hey, look, we're also going to grands, and maybe even look to push players out of the upper bracket down to lower. It's great. It's going to be amazing, as always, Fortnite fam. We love y'all so much. Thank you for just hanging out with us. Without you, this is just not possible, and we love talking Fortnite with all of you. So, as always, we love you. Keep yourself safe, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Beep, beep.
Beep, beep.